Hello farmers and welcome back to New Hope on Farming Simulator 25. It is a Thursday. Hopefully everyone's having a good Thursday so far. Hello Uncle John, Miles, Crystal. Hope you guys are all doing well today. I logged in, well at least I tried to log in early today to get some of this pea harvest done. So last stream we started this pea harvest. And Chorus Play said, yep, we'll get started on the pea harvest, but it's going to take us 3 hours and about 20 minutes to harvest said field. So I logged in early today thinking I was going to get maybe an hour of the harvesting done beforehand. But since the new patch came out on Tuesday, I think it was, a lot of things had updates, especially Precision Farming had an update. I was like, okay, no big deal. Man, the servers must be slow for 130 megabytes. I think it took about 20 minutes for it to download, which for my internet, it should have taken like a minute. Not even a minute, a second. But yeah, their servers must be slow. So it took about a half hour to download the updates. And so I've been on here for about a half an hour, really, managing this pea harvest that's going on. We got the headlands done. And now, as you can see, the harvester now is starting to go up and down the fields. So, I mean, it's probably got like another 2.5 hours in this field to harvest. So, basically, most of the stream, this thing is going to be harvesting the peas. We will probably skip on to the month of August, where I can get on to harvesting some of our other fields. Right now, this is the only in-field job that we have. But I definitely just don't want to be sitting here watching this thing go back and forth for too long. So we'll get a little bit more work done here in July with this harvester. And we'll have a look around and see what needs to be done, because I have not done that. All right, let's turn this around here. So yeah, we're making peas for the vegetable production, which when we harvest the carrots next month, we'll be doing peas and carrots. At least that's the plan. So that's where we are currently. So while that is going up and down, and it will be for a while, let me just have a look around to see what's going on. So, yep, this field here is the one we're harvesting. These fields, which is 10, 11, and we'll call both these fields in lot 13, those should be ready next month, and our big field of sunflowers won't be ready until October. I think it's October. So all of our fields are looking pretty good. We did finish building 4 houses. We got 4 houses in total built. The only thing I really did last time was, once we finished up the last house, we just kind of smoothed out the ground a little bit and did a little bit of lawn care. So they got lawn grass around here. So we ended up building 4 houses. I'm not going to build any more because this series will be ending when the Kingley map comes out in about a month's time. Actually, under a month at this point. So I didn't want to get started on building another house. We're kind of just wrapping up this series as we go along. I mean, counting today, I probably got like a handful or a half dozen streams left, I think, here in New Hope. So didn't want to really get involved on building another house. So all the products we're just getting, we're selling straight up, so we can afford to buy some stuff. We're going to be buying today in the stream the root crop harvester, which is like $575,000. The one I have my eye on. We have used it before, and that'll allow us to do the carrots, parsnips, and red beet harvest, all with one header. I may have to take out a loan. If you haven't been here in the last stream or the stream before that, at one point, when I started the series, we started off with no money. I borrowed $3 million to be able to buy land, tractors, some of that stuff. And 2 streams ago, I think we were still at like $1.8 million on the loan, because I wasn't really going in and taking money off the loan throughout the series. It was just taken out by month. But we ended up paying off our entire loan, so we owe no money to the bank. But if I need to borrow some money for buying the harvester, then so be it. It'll take me. The loan will get paid off again probably by the time we get to November here. I'm not saying the stream because I don't know how long it's going to take me to get all this harvesting done. But yeah, we won't have a loan. Never leave my farms with money being paid off to the bank. So Francesca right now is the one in charge of doing the pea harvest. Again, is this pea harvest worth it? And the reason why I say that, I think the initial leasing cost for the pea harvester was $30,000. It's going to take 3 hours to harvest a field, and there's going to be an overnight cost. So I think in total, it's going to cost me like $60,000 in leasing fees for that harvester. Am I going to get $60,000 worth of peas off that field? I'm not going to do the math on it, but it doesn't seem like I'm going to be making a huge profit on it. I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell because I'm going to be mixing the peas with carrots, and maybe they'll sell pretty good. I don't know. It doesn't matter. We're doing it all for fun. Also, as I go around the map, just if you see stuttering every once in a while, of course, with the new update, I haven't been around the map completely, so you may get some shaders loading in, so you may see it shutter just once in a while. I kind of went around briefly to get rid of most of it. And anytime there is a update to the game, I go into my shader cache and delete the shader that is there. That way, when the game starts, I start with the new shader folder complete. Alright, so we'll just leave this right here. The only problem with the pea harvest is, of course, the pea harvester does not hold a whole lot. Actually, it holds less than 4,000 liters, so you pretty much got to babysit the darn thing to make sure that it just keeps on running. I mean, it's actually getting along rather well. If I jump into that harvester... Oop, nope, back up. And I turn this on. Alright, so we're down to about 2 hours and 10 minutes left on the job that it has. At least that's what that says. So Francesca's going to keep on doing what she does. She's going to get full here in just a second. Unfortunately, I think she's going to get full on the wrong side, but she will move the harvester over. I don't think... Well, maybe you'll get to the other end. All right, while she's driving, let me just have a look-see. First, we'll look at the animals, the horses. Maybe I'll bring a bale of hay over, or a couple of bales, and give them some hay. But they're also doing fine on... I could bring them over some oats, too. Might as well top them off, get more of this pea harvest done. And the chickens are doing okay. Their eggs are kind of stacking up a little bit. So let's go make sure that they're all set. Thank you, ladies. Very much appreciated. Let's get into the Deutz, and we'll unload the harvester. Please tell me you're going to make it to... You're not going to make it to the end. I also got this trailer on lease because I needed a short trailer to get underneath this arm. And as you see, if I got any other trailer that's a little bit higher, it would not work. But again, it doesn't really matter too much because the combine pea harvester can only hold like 4,000 liters. So not like I needed a huge trailer. Pardon me. Yep. Sorry. I'm new here. Alright, so while they're doing that, wait a minute. My Fendt, I think, is down... Yeah, my Fendt is down here, so I guess I'll have to use the Big Roy. Gonna go over to the silo and grab some oats for the horses. I think I'll grab about 20,000 liters. articulated tractors. Takes me a second to get used to how they do drive. All right, what do we got here? Where's my oats? Went almost right past the oats. There we go. Hello, Bob. A good Thursday to you. Big Roy's a nice tractor, but it's not meant really for use around the farm like this. That's why we're, trying to accumulate some money to buy other tractors or update tractors that we currently have. I have seen a good amount of new maps come out on the Mod Hub this week, too. I'm not really looking at maps because, I already got the map picked out after this series, which is Kingley. And since I'm not leaving Shamburgo anytime soon, I'm not really looking at maps currently to go play on. Although, I think the map creator, the mod maker of this map, just released another map today on the Mod Hub. Kind of similar to this. In other words, it's another map where it's kind of build your own farm, but the landscape is all different. Alright, needs to be unloaded, so yeah, got to keep on top of that. What was fixed in the newest patch? I saw the patch notes last Friday, I think it was. I didn't really read them too much, because I've just been rather busy and caught up in doing some other things, so I'm not too sure. Back to the Big Roy. Let's see, I'm not going to park this trailer. Actually, you know what? We're going to park this trailer, I think in this shed over here. Let's see, my two combines are in there, and my root crop harvester is going to go in there. So yeah, this trailer can go in here. But Precision Farming had an update in the last patch. Of course, the game itself had an update in the last patch. All right, telehandler is what I want to get into. Hello, Benji. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Thursday. Maybe if I get some time later on, I'll have a look at the patch notes, which are usually kind of long. So maybe I'll have a look-see at what things have been adjusted. All right, let's get in here. Probably should have squared myself up to the door a little bit better, but we're in. Your straw looks like it might be down a little bit too, so maybe I will give you some straw. Is that bale not in the trigger? There's no way your feed trough is full. Or is your feed trough full? 20,000. Forgot how many liters are in those bales. Yeah, your feed trough is full. Okay. Now we'll close that door. Open up that door. And I'm pretty sure they'll take 2 bales. Lime and fertilizer. Ah, the cost of doing farming. Well, I'm pretty sure there are mods out there in FS22 that you can get that you can buy that at reduced cost if you wanted to. Really? Can I not get in here with these straw bales? Thank you. Close that up. Quickly get into the Deutz. Where are we at here? Oh, you're down there. Get as close as I can. All right, and away Francesca gets back to work. Can probably get about 2 more loads in. All right, back into the telehandler so I can park that away. And then, let's see, so the animals are taken care of. Now I just got to check out my production buildings. I think I got enough hay for the end of the series. All right, production buildings, carpentry. All right, they got wood, so that's fine. Cement factory just needs stones. Corn crib, those are deactivated, so those are fine, right? Yeah, because we don't have any corn. No, I didn't plant no corn this year. Greenhouses, which is doing basically chili peppers and tomatoes. Those are all running. We're not making any lettuce anymore. Post office, not really caring about. Paper factory, I brought more wood in just before the stream while the pea harvest was going on. So that's going to run for a while. This sawmill, I did the wood just a little while ago. So I know these are pretty good. I do need some planks over here for the empty pallets, but it's not a rush. And of course, the big thing is, yes, the vegetable factory. The one thing I do need to do, and I'll bring the Deutz over, is make sure before I go to bed, I start unloading water into the veggie factory so that doesn't run out overnight. I don't remember how expensive fertilizer and lime was in FS22. I mean, we're getting almost up to a year that this game has been out, so... I mean, I can't remember what I did yesterday at this point, let alone what I did a year ago. So the one thing I'm noticing right away with the update is... It doesn't say, like in the field info with precision farming, it doesn't say it needs lime. So that's got to be one of the fixes, I would think. Because every time I went to a field with precision farming, it always said it needed lime. Not seeing that here. Whose idea was it to put peas in this big of a field? Oh, you can't see it, but I'm raising my hand. It's all good. Once the harvest is done and we get the carrots in the veggie factory, and we start making peas and carrots, and we start seeing the money come in from it, that's when you know you did a good job. At least you think you did anyways. I think technically you're unloaded, just unloading what you're harvesting. I actually thought I was going to get a little time yesterday, and I thought I was going to come on here and get some of the pea harvest done yesterday on my quote-unquote day off from streaming, but I ended up playing Forza Horizon 5 for about 2 hours last night instead of coming on here and getting some work done. Alright, eventually this is going to get full of peas, I would think. Unless it's tied into my silo somehow. How are we doing on the peas? Yeah, we're just about full. Just about full. Let me get that water tanker unloading. There we go. You can still hear the water running, so that's going to unload constantly. Do you have a place for the... Wait, do you have a vegetable processing plant for your peas and carrots yet? Yeah, that's where I'm delivering them to. That's where that vegetable production plant has been down for quite a while. You're back up to level 60. I think I'm like level 60 or maybe 70. I've been having a lot of fun with the Goliath races, the one that lasts about 10-15 minutes. I enjoy those races a little bit more because if I screw up, I got time to recover. But I will say this, I was actually surprised yesterday. I was winning some races, and they suggested I get bumped up to the expert level. And my first race I did, I won by a landslide on a Goliath race. Something's going on there. I'm not too sure what. Took the good old Corvette on a Goliath race. It was a 9-lap event, and I think I won by 18 seconds. Need to get myself a better Baja vehicle because those races there, I don't feel like I'm doing bad at them. It's just that those are more difficult for me to win. All right. Anywho, I think for the month of July, I'm technically done. And as much fun as it is watching this pea harvest, I don't want to be sitting here watching it for another. Let's see, how are we doing here? An hour and 52 minutes left, apparently, to harvest this field. That's real time, by the way, not game time. That's real time. So, we are going to sleep until August. That way I can do other things. Let me just check the sale page. Oh, yeah. Harvester. We got 2 harvesters, and no thanks. No thanks on that. Vehicle leasing fee. So we got over the first hour, so there's another $12,000 out the window. It's all good. We'll have a good amount of stuff to sell in the morning. Again, I need like 700 grand to buy this stuff outright, but if I need to take a little bit of a loan out, not that big of a deal. Our production buildings will spit out enough cash to where we can pay the loan off really, really quick. Sleep till 8? You bet your bippy we're going to sleep till 8. All right, 440,000. Oh, the one thing I did not check because we were harvesting, I wonder if it rained overnight. Well, it wouldn't matter because it didn't rain for too long. Weather looks good today. Kind of forgot about the weather situation. How are we looking? Sunny, sunny. Yeah, so we're fine. Sale page. Okay, we didn't luck out. Did not luck out on the sale page, but that's okay. Let's do some sales and let's see how much money we get up to. Hopefully the universal autoloader isn't broken after the update. Alright, looks like it's working okay. So we still got corn in there because we're still making canned corn. We're still making ketchup, chili sauce, and chili taco salad or something like that. What's it actually called? Chili tomato salad, sorry. And that looks about the right amount. This should be almost like $100,000, I think. Then, of course, we got all the products down at the village that we got to sell. Ah, you need to be unloaded. Surprise, surprise. Go sell this and we'll unload the harvester to get that back up and going. Yeah, that did some pretty good there. Kind of hard to see, but 17,000 and, well, it's kind of hard to read what I got before that. Where is my Deutz? But we're up to 581,000, which is enough to buy the root crop harvester already. I need now another 100,000 for the header. So I may not have to borrow any money at all, which would be great. All right, back into the truck. Grab all that. Yeah, camera keeps colliding with the roof here. When I started on this map, I didn't demolish anything. There was no farmhouses or whatever. The fields were there. I pretty much started as the map was. The only thing I did was I had to sell the farmland, and that was about it. I'm not sure, because again, New Hope had an update a while ago, which I cannot update to. So I'm not sure what it would entail now, what comes with a starter farm. Alright, let's go sell this and see what we get. Hello, Ramon. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Thursday. I mean, this is not going to be 100 grand, but, man, I would like to be able to buy everything without having to take out a loan, but it's going to leave me with almost nothing in the bank account. And I got to have some money to pay Francesca, because she's doing the pea harvesting. Yeah, we're gonna have furniture, right? Oh, that got a little squirrely going around there. Really need to move that Fendt. And really, the Fendt is going to have to go back to the farm anyways. Because I'm using the Deutz to unload the peas, and I'm going to need the Fendt with the crop chaser to unload all the root crop we're getting ready to harvest. So this needs to go back to the farm anyways. Leave that engine running, let it warm up. Yeah, I don't remember having to delete anything on the map or anything like that to get myself started the way I wanted it to. But I mean, it's been a while since I started this series, so I may have. But I don't recall doing so. Let's see, Deutz. Well, I got enough money to buy the harvester itself, but I'm going to be a little bit shy on the header. So I'll probably borrow this 200 grand just to be sure that I have enough money, but it'll get paid off next month easily. But when I take out the loan, it's going to have to be for a year because, well, you can't do it any shorter than a year, I don't think. And I might even be able to pay off the same month. All right, let's do this here. Take out a loan. We just want to borrow $200,000 for a year. So it's only $20,000 payment, well, $17,233 per month. But like I said, hopefully we can pay it off quicker than that. Right on it, veggie harvesters. This beast right here, I will put BKTs on there because that's the wheel brain I tend to like in game. Main color. I mean, I don't know. Let's go with black. That's the main color? Okay, so that's the chassis. There we go. That's more like it. I think we'll just keep it like that. Oh, it does add $8,000 to the paint. Wow, okay. So $577 is what that's going to cost me. Sure. And now we need this. And of course, we will try to match the combine. So that's $99,500. So you can still see I took a $200,000 loan out, and that leaves me with $167, more than enough for what we need. How am I supposed to get the combine behind that to attach to it? Any map makers out there, leave room for the spawn stuff so we don't have to move it to attach to it. There we go. So the header we bought is going to allow us to do the parsnips, carrots, red beet, and sugar beet if I wanted to. And the first thing we are going to harvest is the carrots, so we can get the peas and carrots production up and going. The parsnips is going to go to the veggie factory as well, and that is just making parsnip soup. And the red beet's going to go in, and that's going to make beet soup, I believe. So we got a worker on harvesting the carrots. Because I'm going to be doing a lot of grain transportation between the peas and all this stuff that this thing is going to harvest. Needs to be unloaded. Yeah, I think until there's a modded harvester out there, and there might already be one, because I did not check, for a pea harvester. I think peas as a crop I'll harvest once every 6 months. Because you don't do it for a while, it's like, you know, we haven't done a pea harvest, let's go ahead and do it. And then 5 minutes in you go, oh, that's why I don't do it that much, because yeah, you gotta babysit that thing. Oh wait, the carrots are right here, actually, I do believe. I think I put the carrots in this field, right? Carrots, yes, ready for harvest. Alright. Where's my doits? Where's the harvester? Harvester must be over the hill. Oh, wow. So much more. And this is when I know when I play Farm Sim that my farm is big enough, when I get to where we are, where I'm going to have 2 harvesters going. And I can't do the harvesting of either one because I got to do too much of carting around it. Yes, I could use Course Play to do a lot of that work, but I like to transport the goods. I don't trust my workers to do it for me, for some reason. I get this all unfolded. Still unfolding, is it? Alright, get this into the field. Alright, let's get a course working for this thing. It does not detect the field I'm in, apparently. There we go. Now it detects it. Go that way. Alright, number of headlands. I think 3 is good enough, honestly, because we got a lot of open space around it. I'll do 4% overlap on the headlands. That's fine. And I always get to go past the start point because I always got Course Play to start at the nearest waypoint, so I got to make sure I'm on where we need to be. So it should be right about there. This is going to take apparently 2 hours and 12 minutes to harvest this field. Okay. So be it. Let's see. I need to get into here. What did I get myself into? I got 4 fields with that root crop harvester to harvest. It'll get done. Okay, I did not expect that field to take that long on the carrots. I mean, yeah, it's a decent-sized field, but still. The good thing about that root crop harvester, it does hold 40,000. So I'm not going to babysit that one as much. And if I could, I would, but I can't really afford. Well, I mean, I could afford. I could take out another loan, actually, and buy another root crop harvester, but then I'll have 3 harvesters on the go. And I don't really care to do that. Alright, so the veggie factory is full. Of peas, anyways. You're done doing chores, Crystal? My house could use a good once-over, so... I mean, if you don't mind. Actually, it's going to be that time of the year where I do give my house a good once-over, because it's getting to the point now where the windows are getting ready to be shut for the season. Almost. And that's usually when I give my house a good cleaning before winter gets here. Actually, I think tonight they're forecasting where I am a freeze warning. I think it's supposed to, temperature is supposed to get down to the low 20s. So yeah, it's getting to be chilly times ahead. I need to get this unloaded, get the Fendt up here, and get that with the crop chaser on it, and get that ready for the carrots. I'm going to follow you right to the end of the row. How about that? Numbers are still going up. Alright, Francesca is saying she's done. So we'll get this over here. Alright, the Fendt. Oh, and you're almost full. Alright. I'm just trying to think the belt on that root crop harvester. Is that going to be high enough to unload into the crop chaser? So, the carrot harvest, I don't mind if that's just sitting idle for a while because I'm not leasing that stuff. But the pea harvester, I want to make sure that keeps on going. Because I am paying that by the hour. Just realized, I'm not sure where I parked the crop chaser. Is that... Did I put it into this shed? I must have. Hello, crop chaser. I think height is not going to be a problem to unload the carrots. Maybe on the right side of it might be too high. Left side, not so much. Wait, where are you? I kind of forgot how high this belt is. Oops, and I forgot how much I need to slow down. So, I mean, this is going to fill up the crop chaser by like 66%, I think. Oh, we're going to have a lot of carrots. You want to bring your... If you put your belt in there, sir, I could... We're just going to have a problem if you don't put your belt away. There we go. Now the other combine needs to be unloaded. Oh no, the Fendt... The Fendt is not liking the hill with the crop. No, not slippage. I try to go at an angle a little bit. Alright, let's drop that off. Big Roy, I guess. Has more horsepower, more tires, so that may do it. But yep, peas. Peas need to be unloaded. I think I'll be doing this for like the next hour at least. Running this from one combine to another. Technically, you're unloaded. Alright, Big Roy. So, a couple more 100 horsepower, but I think the thing that's going to help me out, I hope, is instead of 4 tires, we got 8. More grip, I think. I don't know how much more this tractor weighs over the Fendt. Well, the harvester has made it back around to the beginning. Well, this isn't faring that much better now, is it? All right, once we get the right gear. All right, let's get some speed behind us here. Hello, Panther. Welcome. Plenty of peas for homemade soup for the winter. Well, yeah, peas and carrots. I want to get back out to the road before I try to go uphill. That should provide more grip for us. This goes to show how much 43,000 liters of carrots must weigh. Let's see, needs to be unloaded, needs to be unloaded. I'm trying to unload my trailers. Hello, Sam. How's Sam doing? First time I've seen Sam today. Hopefully this will tip here. Alright, how to get in the right spot, I guess. And they're not getting dumped on the floor. Alright, let me go ahead and activate this right away. So, vegetables and peas with carrots. Make sure we got everything we need here. Carrots, peas, pallets. Activate. Alright, as I said, let's get the... Got to make sure the peas keep on going, because that's the least harvester. It's one of those things, once I get everything situated, I should be able to keep up. Now it's just unloading when it's harvesting, so we'll let them continue. Alright, back into the Big Roy. Oh, right here. I was like, where are they? Right in front of me is where they're at. Alright, I'm gonna have more carrots than I know what to do with. I was worried about having too many peas. I think I'm gonna have too many carrots. But the good thing about the carrots is I can also do box carrots. So when the peas run out and I got leftover carrots, we'll just make boxed carrots. The Ford Versatile tractor, does it have more or less horsepower? It has less. There are a couple versions of the Ford Versatile. We had the Ford that we had a long time ago on this farm. I do believe was the one with the most horsepower that you can get a Ford with. And I want to say it was like 450-ish horsepower. This is 600. But it's not really a horsepower problem I was having. It was more of a traction issue. But the trigger for this is just a little finicky. I realize I'm trying to dump carrots from a high point. And that's all the carrots that is going to take. It is now full. Well, luckily our silo will take anything. Alright, back into the Deutz. It's like I'm playing do-si-do with the tractors. So this is kind of a good example, like when I was on Riverbend Springs or Riverview, when some people thought it'd be interesting and fun to say, buy the entire map and farm the whole map. When it gets to harvest season, I don't know how you would do it by having like 5 harvesters running in fields to get the harvest done. And trying to get to everything to unload. Gets to be a little bit too much. But I think I may have gotten a little too excited about the vegetable production and saying, no, we'll do peas, carrots, parsnips, and the beetroot soup. I do expect when September comes and I take all the pallets out of the vegetable production, I think we're going to make some pretty good money. I mean, we make pretty good money now with what we're selling. But this month we're going to be adding 3 more productions. With a lot of storage of extra peas, carrots. I'm guessing parsnips as well. That's going to yield pretty good. The red beet, I mean, they're 2 small fields, but I got a funny feeling we're still going to get a lot of that as well. Alright, so since I technically got a minute now, Bob, I will show you the tractors. I say I got a minute, I probably don't even have a minute. But the Big Roy is 600 horsepower, and there's no upgrades on the engine. It is as is. The only thing you can add is Icera Pro Compact. So that's 600 horse, and then the biggest Ford, I don't think there's any setup you can do there. No. And that horsepower is 470. And then you got the 360. Haha, I got that right. 360 on the next lowest Ford. I think is there medium tractors for Fords? No. So that's currently what you have for equipment on the Plains and Prairie pack. Where's my harvester? It's over here. Yeah, I would prefer the Fendt on this, but yeah, depending on where the harvester is, it would struggle. The reason why I prefer it is because the top speed in this is 14. Technically it's 13, but we're doing 14. At least in the Fendt, I could get up to 39. Needs to be unloaded. Needs to be unloaded. Do-si-do must be an American expression. It's kind of like a dance move. An old dance move, actually. Hello, Anita. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Thursday so far. All right, you're unloaded. Okay, unload this one. Nope, gotta get closer than that. So I would like to upgrade that 942 Fendt. I do want to get the 1050. And I'm starting to think, if I've already taken out a loan, take out another one to be able to buy the 1050 outright. I will keep the 942 on the farm. Let's see, what are the tractors we got here? I do have the... Oh, there it is. There's the 1050. What's the case get up to? There is, I thought get the 1050, but then I'll have two tractors that look the same. Might be a little bit too much. 435. Where this can actually get up to a 517. New Holland doesn't even get up that high in horsepower. I think it gets a 438, 435. .673. What's the top speed of that? 24. I could get a John Deere, but then it's starting to get a little bit too expensive. What I want to do. Top speed of 24. All right, this would cost me $415. It's not too bad. I need to get back into the Big Roy and unload this because, as you can see, it's 3/4 of a load that I'm taking from the harvester, so obviously I can't unload it again fully. Maybe sell the 942 Fendt and then just buy the 1050 and then later on get ourselves another tractor. Because the 942 I bought used. I do believe the do-si-do term comes from, it's really like a square dance kind of a thing. And many variations of the do-si-do song are out there. How much is my Fendt worth? Wrong button. Here, go there. Go there. Fendt. Says 102. That's before I repair and repaint it. No, okay, so it's not that one, but that one is ready to be unloaded. But so is the pea harvester. Was a song called Marcy's Dotes, which the do-si-do lyrics come from. See, Uncle John knows about that. So this pea harvester, once the belt goes back inside on a worker, it does not like to open the belt back up. Alright, so I got to get out of the trigger zone because it triggers me. And then we'll get a little closer. Now I'm too close. I'm trying, Francesca. Hang on a second. Now I'm too far away. So if you ever thought about pea harvesting, this is what you gotta deal with. It's only because you Googled it, but you do remember it. Well, that's the point. Remember, I didn't know who originally sang the do-si-do song either. Where are we here? The Steger If you're talking about the quad Stager, it's going to be the standard like 691 horsepower. It's not the horsepower I'm looking for right now. Well, it's a little bit on the horsepower side. I'm looking for top speed as well. So the Fendt 1050 is going to be my choice. Are we on the third headland here? I think so. There's a cure for pea harvesting. Yeah, the cure is don't do it. But I do the same thing in every farming simulator series that comes out. I'll play for a while and like, you know what, we haven't done in a while? I think it'd be kind of fun to do that. And then I start to do it, then I realize this is why you don't do it, because I mean, it's interesting for about the first 5 minutes, and you realize, yeah, I don't want to do that. But I always try to change it up to keep it interesting, and then I hate myself afterwards. We're a little bit too high, a little bit too close. I think the big thing I was doing when I was planting all this, I forgot how much vegetables yield. Colossus. You know, there's nothing wrong with that mod. There's just something about it that doesn't fit my style. I'm not saying it's a bad... I don't know what it is about it. I never found a place for it for my play style. I know when I bought the harvester that I just did for the carrots, parseps and whatever, everyone told me, oh, get the Colossus, it's a lot cheaper. The money didn't bother me. I like the harvester that we're currently using. I just got to remember, let's not do this on a big scale anymore. But after I do this vegetable harvest, I probably won't be doing one again. Well, yeah, we'll be doing it on the Kingley map because that's onions. Which I did onions back in FS19 as a mod. I may have even done it in 17. But onions will be part of Giants crops that we can do. And I do look forward to Kingley. I look forward to experiencing the new stuff. I kind of hope it's going to be like when Silver Run came out in FS22. I was looking forward to it. But when the map came out, I had a lot more fun than I thought it would on the map because of the constructibles, the roller coaster. The yacht production was a production, not a constructible. But the roller coaster was introduced, and man, did I enjoy building that roller coaster. I like doing the construction side of things, which is kind of weird because it's farming simulator, not construction simulator. Am I in your way? Of course I am. So I think the good thing is once we get the pea harvest done, and once we get the carrots done, the fields get smaller. Well, not the sunflower field, that's the biggest field. But as for the root crop stuff, I think the other field's smaller, the parsnip is smaller than the carrots. You can see we already got loads of boxes already at the veggie factory, and we just sold it a couple hours ago. I should check on the sawmill every once in a while, see when I get another set of planks, and get that into the empty pallet production, just to make sure, because we are going to be adding 3 more productions to it. So I better make sure that I got enough empty pallets coming up here. Let me do this quickly, because it'll be easier instead of me driving it down there. Where's our Fendt? Reset the 942 Vario back down to the shop. Because that way I don't have to drive it down. Well, Benji, if you're referring to Alien Gym, yeah, it was kind of like a constructible sheds, kind of. Alright, so I don't have nothing that needs to be unloaded, but give it a second, it'll happen. Let me run down here. So we bought the 942 used. I don't remember how many hours I had on it when it came up, but it's got 54 hours on it. We're going to repaint, repair for 1,245. Repaint for 74,460. That's ridiculous. And then sell it for 196. I don't know if I made money doing that or not. So that leaves me with 271. So yeah, I'm going to borrow some more money to buy the 1050. And again, I went with the 1050 just because it has a decent amount of horsepower. I say decent, over 500. But also it keeps the top speed at a reasonable, I say reasonable. It's going to be, I think it's 37 on the 1050 it can get up to. Oh, really? Okay, get out of the trigger. Hurry up before it starts filling up again. Alright, let them go. Alright, I just finished paying off a loan. Take out a loan. We're going to take out $300,000. Wait, did I do that right? Yes. For a year, take loan. Alright, go into here. Large tractors. 1050. 517 horse BKTs. I want Y tires. Ooh, do I want... Can I go Y twin wheels? Rear twin wheels. Wheel weight, standard, twin wheels. Oh, you can't get big tires? Okay, so we're going to go... Wait, where was I here? Where are the twin wheels? We'll get the twin wheels. All right, 517 horse, twin wheels. What's design line? I don't really like the chrome on it too much. I do like the black. The Black Beauty, I hate the Black Beauty Fendt. And the wheels, I don't mind the red too much. So we're going to keep it as is. 431. All right, where's... Oh, there she is. All right, so a new Fendt is in town. So the dual wheels will give me more traction than what the 942 has. We're going to give this a go over the Big Roy. And yeah, top speed 39. Not I'm going to get up to 39, hauling stuff around. After thinking about Alien Jim there for a second, I should give him a poke on Discord and see what he's been up to. See if he's still playing Rust. Rust is a game. Boy, you gotta have. I mean, there's games for everyone, but there's a game where you play 6 hours a day, maybe build up your base. Get it all set, log off, wake up next morning, log in, and find your base has been all destroyed. That's the way I feel Rust is all about. Build a base, log off, wake up next day, just check on your base, and it's been destroyed. And then rebuild. All right, Big Roy. So the only problem with dual wheels sometimes is when you got to load into a silo, it could get in the way of itself. Sam's come over to look at the new 1050. Is it still? Yeah, it is the 1050 still. Okay. Didn't know if they changed the number after you upgrade the engine or not. So we're going to follow this all the way down to the end of the road. Then we're going to go uphill just to see what this 1050 does. So the Big Roy would tap out at 13 because that's his top speed. And being in manual shift kind of hurt it a little bit. So I did pretty well. All right, while that's going on, of course, and then we got to get back over to, yep, you guessed it, the pea harvester. trailer's full. Oh, good. Looks like the carrot harvester, the Ropa, is now done with the headland, so it's just going up and down the field. So I don't have to keep chasing it around for a while. That's nice. Now, the Deutz, you may look at it and say, well, that's got 42 hours on it. I bought this new. This was our first tractor on day one. So the 42 hours are the hours we put onto it. Not fully me. I'm pretty sure I hired a worker a number of times for it. So, I want to look. That's the wrong button. Keys and carrots? Peas and carrots. What does the peas and carrots sell for? I must have some by now. Peas with carrots. 36.25. That's a lot on hard economy. 36.25. Best sells in December, and currently the price is 27. I already got $10,000, almost $11,000 worth of peas and carrots. And we just barely started making them. Now, of course, from the veggie factory, I'm pretty much just grabbing it and selling it when I want to. I'm not really checking for the best price. So it does sound like maybe I will get my money back on the pea harvester. All right, you got to be almost full because I didn't empty you out. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought, Francesca. I'm just going to peek into the harvester for a second. Nope, I jumped back into the Deutz somehow. And if I bring this up, it says another hour to harvest the peas. All right, and then the other one is about ready. Hey, the one thing I forgot, because I've been driving over it, no crop destruction on root crops. So I'm driving right over them and they're not just getting destroyed. Which I remember back on Fresh Stocks. When we were doing, I think we were doing sugar beet and potatoes back then. Man, I'm gonna have so many carrots and peas and carrots and carrots and peas. We're gonna keep that vegetable production going for a while. All right, I need to go fill my water glass, so I'll be back in about 2 minutes. I'm guessing it's the peas that need to be unloaded. Oh, right next to us. The good thing is, once we get the pea harvest done, then I just got the one harvester I got to keep track of. And then maybe I can do some of the harvesting myself. So I don't have any other work I need to be doing on the farm currently. Alright, and then back into you. Where are you? You must be down there somewhere. Oh, no, you were just behind the building. I think a 100-foot header would be just a little bit crazy. But to each their own. The more I play, the more I kind of like sticking to the more realistic size of things. Unless it gets to be a little bit too much. Then I don't mind going oversized on a couple of things. And if you're wondering why I'm not using my semi with a semi-trailer, that just does not work well in the field at all. We're going to have so much carrots and peas. Alright, the Big Roy. I can park the Big Roy away. The 1050 with the dual wheels is working out rather well, as I kind of expected it to. Let's see, probably the Deutz again. So this field here, well, I mean, basically every field I got, except for the sunflower field, will need to be plowed. Got there just as it needed to be unloaded. Yeah, it doesn't look like we got a whole lot of field left to do, but with a 3.8 meter wide header, I was going to say, I could actually start plowing this field, but I don't know how I would get it done. Because I'm just going from one tractor to another to unload the harvesters. I wouldn't get any plowing done. And the only tractor I got available to do so right now would be the Big Roy. Might as well go unload this. We are about 70% full. Wait, who was blocked by an object? Maybe when we unloaded there, I got in the way of it. Good old peas and carrots. Now to think if I didn't run across this vegetable production, I don't know, a month and a half or 2 months ago, whenever it came out, I go, oh, that looks like it'd be interesting. Let's give that a try. Kind of made me go down the rabbit hole with it, because I had to add 2 more productions. We had to put down a pallet production and the paper mill. Now here I am, because it's here. It's like, oh, there's a carrots and peas kind of a thing, and there's this and there's that, and we really haven't done vegetables for a while. Let's give it a go. Yeah, the harvesting... Oh, wait, this ain't going to take... What am I coming here for? It's not going to take that much. Yeah, the harvesting is going to be a little bit painful, but once it's all harvested, and I just keep that flowing, and then I sell the product every month, we're going to see the money come on in, and we go, oh, that's why. So, on the 2 loans I've taken today now, because we had the loan paid off, but now we got $500,000. Okay, that's not a whole lot, really. We can pay that off within a month. Probably. Maybe. Okay, maybe 2 months. Do I like carrots, Lindsay? I don't mind carrots. I don't crave carrots, but having it, I always like carrots in my stews or soups. It's like chicken noodle soup. I don't mind carrots being in it. But stews, I don't mind being in it. I don't mind carrots being in salads or something like that. So, but it's not like when I'm going to the grocery store, I just don't say, "Oh, I would like some raw carrots, please." I mean, I wouldn't mind eating raw carrots either. I like peas. Parsnips. I'm not really sure if I ever had a parsnip. So all this leftover carrots and stuff that are around the field, I'm probably not going to be too concerned when the worker gets done to go around and grab all the little stuff. Because we got enough. You like baby dip with ranch dressing. Yep, that's always good. That's where you try to tell yourself you're eating healthy because you're having carrots, but then you're probably drenching it in ranch dressing like I do. I'm liking this 1050 with the dual wheels on it. Need to do some landscaping here again. Can't believe by hitting that little bit of a lip, it makes my tractor go sideways as much as it does. Omatana silo, that holds 10 million liters, right? Or is it a million? $10 million. It's okay. We're all set. Like, if it's a million, I might have a problem. And again, just remember, in silos in 25... Did it start in 25? Yeah, I think it was FS25 started it. It's 10 million total. It's not like it used to be back in the old days where it was 10 million of each product. No, it's 10 million total. Unless they've changed that. I don't remember if they have or have not. Oh, sorry. You're backing up because you're full. And now my other one is blocked by you. Well, the pea harvest is getting there. So currently, where are we here? Peas. All right, so I only have 59,000 liters of peas in the silo. And carrots, we have 309,000 liters of carrots in stock right now. Speaking of carrots, let's go grab those. Only way to eat them, you do honey roasted ham as well. I'll admit, when I'm in the grocery store, I do not spend too much time in the veggie section. Some more carrots. I think after the carrot harvest, I may go over and do one of these small, well, they're both small-ish, the red beets. I'll get one of those fields harvested just to quickly get some into the production building to start making that. Then I'll bring it over to the parsnips and get started on that field. And of course, once I get a load in to the production building, I'll start the process in that just to get that stuff going. That way we have a good amount for September. So I do want to pay out the loans very quickly here. Oh, I don't want to park you too close, because when that turns around, you're going to be in the way. No, I'm not doing potatoes. When it comes to, because I think we got one more season here on New Hope. But this is the only year I'm doing the veggie stuff, I think. I could have done potatoes, because we could have done... There are a few things in the veggie production that require potatoes, but... I didn't want to get involved in doing too much in the veggie production, but I think I've already gone over, like I always said to do. I didn't want to have any production buildings, and I got like a dozen of them on this map. And I don't want to get involved in doing too much in the veggie production, but I'm already doing more than I thought I would. And again, I don't, I do plan on doing another season here in New Hope. Like I said, this is going to go through until Kingley comes out. But wherever we're at when Kingley comes out on this map, it could be like right in the middle of harvest season or whatever. It'll just be like, that's it. Because I don't really have anything to work towards on this map now. We did the horses, which is what originally what the series was about, was horses. And again, I kind of got lucked out on the horses because the day I started New Hope is when the mod came out for increasing the value of the horses. And that mod made it to where horses are profitable. I mean, it takes a while. It's been nice to have them on the farm, so... we got the loan paid off, but yeah, now I got... I took out loans today, but... $500,000, this farm can make that pretty quick for what we're doing. So as for my goals, I'm pretty much all set in my goals here. We're just trying some things out. And when we go to Kingley, I'm going to try to keep it a somewhat small-ish farm, but at the same time, it's not going to be like fields this size, I don't think, because I haven't really looked at the map itself yet. But I want to be using the equipment that comes with the DLC. So there's JCB tractors and such. So it's probably going to be a JCB heavy type farm. And also I'm going to be using the Mercedes tractors too, I think. Because I haven't used any of those yet. But expect a smaller farm there. And of course we're going to get involved with the fishing. I am excited for the Kingley map. For a few reasons, but... I mean, we have been on New Hope now for... drum roll, please. Almost 120 hours. Which is... decent. And the farm has gotten to the point now where, for the first 100 hours, of course being on hard economy, we slowly grew, and now it's at the point of the money's coming in that fast. I mean, I spent a lot on production buildings that we did just for fun. So like doing the constructible houses, we did that for fun. So I mean, I had to put down the cement production and the debris crusher. So I mean, there's $500,000 just to put that down to get the cement products up and going. And until recently, you know, I've been pretty much just using it to build the houses. Oh, with no crop destruction, I can just follow you along now, can't I? I say no crop destruction. There's no crop destruction or new crops. Which just seems odd to me. Yes, the crops are underground, that's why they're called root crops, but still, I think you'd be damaging them a little bit with the amount of weight you got going over it. I didn't really want to do potatoes because you have to use... Well, I didn't have any modded potato planter. And the base game one is kind of small-ish for the amount of fields that we have here, or the size of the fields. But now that I got as a mod and is activated here, planters. Does that do potato? Oh, you got to get this one for potatoes? So this one doesn't do potatoes? No. So I'd have to get that one. I mean, not that big of a... So why have two different ones? I mean, that one says unrealistic, but in a way, isn't this one unrealistic as well? I'm just saying. I mean, maybe not, but this one says unrealistic because they'll do potatoes, popular, rice, and sugarcane. That's long grain, right? Is that long grain rice or regular rice? Yeah, regular rice I have not done as a crop at all in FS25. Done long grain rice on Riverbend Springs, and I haven't. No, I did it on also fresh stocks, so I take that back. But I haven't done just plain old rice yet. Maybe, I know it might be kind of odd, but maybe I'll do it in Kingley. Maybe not. I know some people still want me to do Hutin Pentai. When FS25 came out, I was on that map quite a bit because a lot of people said do Hutin Pentai as well. I just can't. There's something about that map I just don't want to get involved with it. Now, I said the same thing about Zelanka when Zelanka came out in 22. But Zelanka is actually a decent map to create your own farm, if you will. It's got plenty of open space and kind of flat. Hello, Thomas. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Thursday. Get this lined up over here. Get ready for some more peas in a bit. Our new Fendt. I think we're going to end up with like 800,000 liters of carrots. 800,000 liters. Yeah, Westbridge Hills for 25. Seemed like that would have been worn out. I did like that map. The thing is, I think, well, I mean, new players could like it as well. But I think there's some maps out there, like Goldcrest Valley. I would play maps like that, or Bjornholm and Westbridge Hill as well. I would play just for the memories. You know, going back out there and remembering years ago you know, playing on those maps and what it was like. Because, I mean, the game has changed a lot. I know some people said, oh, it's just still farming, not much has changed. But really, the game has changed quite a bit. And to go back to those days and remember what it was like, and to be able to use all the new stuff that have been brought to the game itself. And the good thing is you can always play the game differently than what you did way back when. Actually, Bjornholm, I'm not sure if that map has been released for FS25, but if Bjornholm comes out in 25, I'll have to see if it has come out in 25. That might be a map I go to after Shamburgo. For those who don't know, so I started playing FS back, my first one was FS13, and I got FS13 maybe a month or two before FS15 came out. And so when FS15 came out, I immediately bought it because FS13 got me addicted to it. And Bjornholm was the first map I would say truly got into trying to run a farm and learn about things. And I had a lot of hours on Bjornholm without mods or whatever, because back then trying to find mods were difficult. Go up beyond Saturday night. I'm going to a country square dancing night. Well, Bob, it's funny you bring that up because we were just talking about do-si-do, and you might be doing some do-si-doing, doing some square dancing. You can still play those games if you have the old software. I mean, if you have it on Steam, it's still there. I'm not saying going back and play like the Bjornholm map on FS15. I'm saying like playing like Bjornholm on FS25 with all the stuff that we have available to us now. I did a look back on FS15, I think before FS22 came out. I did an episode of FS15 just to kind of show people what FS15 was like back then. Where we didn't have the landscaping. We didn't have like the mod hub. The mod hub came out in 17. And nowadays people get upset like, oh, only like 7 mods came out today. Back in like the days of 15 and 17 and 15, you had to go to third-party websites. When the mod hub came out in FS17, I think we were getting maybe, like, at best, 10 mods a week. And now people get upset because, oh, only like 5 mods came out today. Hello, Blogstar Gaming. Welcome. Hope you have a good Thursday. Appreciate you dropping on in for a little farming on New Hope, where I'm running out of hope on doing root crop harvesting this season because I forgot how much veggies harvest and yield at. So now I'm going to have like 800,000 liters of carrots. Actually, I'm just going ahead. I'm not going to dump that in as of yet. And the pea harvester is going to be close to needing to be emptied. So when the pea harvest ends, I'll be able to use the Deutz to plow up a field. Does this field need... Let me just check Precision Farming to see if it needs any soil sampling on it. No, it does not. Alright, maybe I'll put some lime down. I mean, we only got one more harvest anyways, really. But I guess I'll put some lime down. Didn't have too great of maps in 17. Goldcrest Valley. Well, I mean, Goldcrest Valley I loved. Goldcrest Valley is from FS17. But that may not be a map that you like, but I like Goldcrest Valley. Goldcrest Valley was my favorite Giants map until Riverbend Springs this year. Let me just see what we got left here. Half an hour. Half an hour longer for Courseplay to finish up the pea harvest. And again, when we started the pea harvest, it was 3 hours and 20 minutes. I think to harvest this field. Hunting for the 100 gold coins on Bjornholm. Well, wasn't it after you found the first... Was it 10 or 25 that you had to find? And once you found the 10 or 25, I forgot how many it was, it revealed where all the other ones were. Then you just had to go around and grab them. All I really remember in my first couple weeks of Bjornholm was getting trees cut into the sawmill because the wood in the first few weeks of Farming Sim 25 was worth a lot. And then Giants fixed that. They reduced that price quite a bit. That was before I knew how to do XML files and all that stuff. So I was excited to get the money from the trees. Get the money from the tree, then send the train and get paid again. And the reason why you're seeing the harvester flicker like that is because it's showing no crop in it at the same time as it's harvesting crop, so it's empty a little bit, empty a little bit. Yeah, from what I remember on Bjornholm, and I forgot what the other base game map was. But you only had to find like the first 10 coins or 25 coins, and it revealed where the rest of the coins were. I think there was a remake of Bjornholm in 22. More carrots. one they brought was West Bridge Hills. So yeah, when FS15 came out, I played on Bjornholm. When 17 came out, I played on Goldcrest. When 19 came out, I played on Ravenport. 22 came out, I played on Elm Creek for about 2 weeks, and then Alien Jim released No Man's Land. I could not wait to leave Elm Creek. And here, I played on Riverbend Springs. And I think we ended up being on Riverbend Springs for like 250 hours. And yes, we did get the pirate ship, we did get the grain elevator, all built on that map. Hello, Jason. Welcome. Hope you've been well. We've just been doing the same farming thing. Get on a map, borrow a whole bunch of money, get some equipment, some land, farm, pay off the loan, while we slowly grow. Then pick a new map and try a different approach in farming. Oh, Sinovska is the other one. Trying to think. I don't remember what other maps I played in FS15, honestly. 17. I know it was Goldcrest Valley, I think Rattlesnake Valley. Mercury Farms, I think I played on. Oh, in the Pacific Northwest. I did love me the Pacific Northwest. Because I played that on that map in 17. I think Pacific Northwest in 17 was the first farming simulator videos I put out on the channel. I think that's roughly when I kind of started doing farming. Well, I started posting videos back then. Couldn't get into Elm Creek. I was so excited for FS22, and then I was like, well, I'm going to play on Elm Creek because everyone was playing on, forgot the name of the other map. But it seemed like everyone else was playing on the other map, so I said, I'll play at Elm Creek. And I was excited because we had the grapes and the olives. I said, well, we'll just test things out on this map. That's all we're doing. Kind of the same thing I did with Riverbend Springs when 25 came out. I borrowed a whole bunch of money because I wanted to try all the new stuff and show off the new stuff. But yeah, the Elm Creek map did not have a flow to it for me. I did not like the layout of it. There was something missing for my play style. I know a lot of people don't like Riverbend Springs because of the river, but really, the river didn't bother me at all. Maybe it was because where I put my farm instead of the starter farm. Maybe that was the difference. I'm not sure. But I tend to be on the weird side of things anyways, when it comes to maps and such, I think. I don't usually go with the flow when it comes to farming. I'll be like, let's try something different. Let's try do something weird and different. Yep, you're almost full. So yeah, unfortunately, I'm trying to keep it as entertaining as I can today, but mainly for like the last hour and a half, I've been pretty much just going back and forth from one harvest to another and unloading them and getting the stuff delivered. I'm going to say, why aren't you unloading? There we go. I don't know who's working in that root crop harvester, but you want to give me a moment? You're dragging me with you, man. It's got to be Frank. Only Frank would do something like this. 22 is still your favorite? Found 25 boring and lacking. Well, then here's my question, Jason. How can you find 25 boring and lacking when it has the same... It has all the same base game stuff as 22 did and added to it? I'm just curious on that because I just find it... Because it has all the same stuff 22 has. Griffin, Indiana, I think that came out in 19. That's where I did the 2,000 cows. Where I think I bought 200 and we let them reproduce up to 2,000. And that was using the animal enhance mod to where if they got to a certain age they would die. So it was kind of hard to get up to the 2,000, but eventually we got there. But I think Griffin, Indiana did come out in 22 as well. But I think the original release was in 19. By A.J. Farmer. If I remember correctly. The pea harvest. It's nearing the end. No, Thomas, in Farming Simulator base game stuff, if you don't feed your animals, they don't die. They just don't produce anything. So cows won't produce milk, chickens won't produce eggs, sheep will not produce wool, goats will not produce milk. They don't die. If you use mods for animals, then they probably will. Maybe until the bugs 25 has since it launched. Well, I mean, every Farming Simulator games on release has had bugs. But yeah, it was kind of a pain. And the GPS feature you find kind of boring. Actually, I've fallen asleep while using it. Well, just like me, I would say then don't use it. I don't use GPS, but I mean, so that's an added feature over 22. I mean, you're entitled to your opinion. I'm just trying to figure out why you would say 25 isn't as exciting as 22 when 25 has everything that 22 had, but more. I'm not saying what they added made it more exciting to you, but I know a lot of people also don't like the ground deformation. I mean, I like it. And it's been adjusted in each patch on how it works. So yeah, the pea harvest is almost done. Which, by the way, it says another 15 minutes, give or take. This harvester here has another 53 minutes in this field. Back into the Deutz. We'll come on down because that's going to be full pretty soon. Don't do mods for animals, so you're good. Yeah, if your animals run out of feed, Thomas, they just don't produce. That's all. And that's how Giants kind of keeps their rating for E for everyone. That's another reason why they... Oh, wait, this is peas, not a root crop. So that does show that crop destruction is turned on. But I just can't drive over the peas. The carrots, the parsnips, the red beet I'll be able to drive on. On 22, the top price for horses 5K and took a lot of work. It's still the same in 25. The price of the horses have not changed in the base game. But the one thing I see a little bit different from where I remember, I tried doing horses in 22 on Solyndra, but I was trying to run a few mods there and it didn't work out well at all. But the horses here in 25, I'm not running a mod on how much food they eat, but they don't eat that much food. But I am running a mod for how much they're worth. That's why we're getting 17,000 for our horses compared to the 5,000. All right, why aren't you... Yeah, keep on loading, please. Again, Frank? Or whoever's driving this today? Playing PS5 and the fact there hasn't been a decent autoloader for pallets added. Find it boring loading pallets by hand. Yeah, I understand that completely. But that really comes down to Sony and Microsoft kind of restricting what mods get added to the game. That's not really on Giants. That's on Sony and Microsoft. Because if Giants didn't want that kind of stuff into the game, we would not see it on the mod hub for PC and Mac. But I thought there was an autoloader for pallets for console players. Am I wrong on that? I know there is for like bales, but I don't know if there is one out there for pallets on console. You also missed your favorite map. What was your favorite map on 22? As we know, once I do one harvester, the next one's not far off from needing to be emptied. Thought they changed it when yours was 17. No, Bob, I'm using a mod that changes the price of the horses. And I guess from what some people are saying, there's some mods out there for loading pallets on console. And the French map base game, didn't that get released on 25? I thought someone remade that map. It may not be the exact map. They added their own touch to it, or I might be mistaken. As for FS22, now if you're asking me how I would rate the games going back to like 13, 15, 17, 19, 22, and now 25, how I would rank them when the games came out, 22 is not in my top 3. There are a few for autoloaders for pallets, but they're tedious to use. I know some people said FS17 was their favorite version, but I don't remember what FS17 brought to the table compared to what other games were out there. Didn't unload you all the way, did I? Alright, I'll get out of the trigger. FS15 brought the lumber, the wood into the game. FS17 brought in Popular, but at the time Popular was not worth it. FS19 brought in landscaping, along with a few other things, but landscaping was a big thing. And FS22 brought in productions and constructibles. Love to give New Hope a go, as I love wide open spaces like Western Wilds and No Man's Land. Well, as I said, Bob, you may want to look into it. The creator that did this map just released a map today that's kind of similar to this. I mean, it's an open map. I don't know what the landscape looks like. I didn't really have time to look at it. But there's a lot of maps on 25 that are open like this. It's just a matter of finding the one that fits your style. Yes, Thomas, you need a modded silo to take peas. The base game silos will not take peas. I'm not going to mess with Frank on this corner here, so I'm going to just take off right now. Favorite map in 19 was Felsbrum. My favorite map always changes. But in FS19, I would probably have to say No Man's Land, because that was like the first map that came out by Alien Jim, where it was pretty much like, I know when I first saw the map, I was like, Jim, what are you doing? There's nothing there. I don't get it. But after playing on No Man's Land, it's like, yep, I kind of like this kind of map. I can do whatever I please, and kind of gave us the ability to create our own map. Alright, where are we at here? Oh, look at this. The pea harvest is almost done. I say almost done. It's done. There, now I can kind of... once this harvest is really done, we can move on to doing some other things. I won't have to babysit this harvester. I still have to babysit the other one. I say babysit. I mean, it does hold 40,000 liters plus of carrots. It just fills up rather fast. Let me get the Omatana silo up for you if I can find it quick. Let's see. Just check on her mods. Where are her silos? That's fermenting silos. Nope, nope, that doesn't work. Copy. There we go. Do that. Oops, do that. Do that. And then do that. All right, that'll get you to the Omatana silo. That's the one I'm using. That will take any crop. And that should be available on all platforms, I do believe. Alright, there are some tiny little spots that were missed, but I'm not going to go around and get every little pea that's on the ground. So 3.5 hours to harvest this field. Alright, you know what? I'll hang on to that just for a moment. Because this trailer needs to get returned as well. So I'll return both of those, the trailer and the harvester together. Yes, Crystal, I can see what you're typing. Oxbow. Return. And the trailer. Return. Yes, Thomas, if you look just a couple chats up, you'll see I dropped a link for the silo. All right, fill you up with some lime. Alright, let's get myself a worker for this. Good thing is, it better not take 3 hours to put lime down. Field work. Headlands, I'll do 2. Overlap, fine. I'm guessing 20 minutes. 24 minutes. You like No Man's Land, but don't like the hills. See, I'm just the opposite. I mean, I don't mind. This map does have some steep hills on it. But I kind of like where we're farming. I don't mind the rolling hills. But when it gets too steep, then it's just kind of takes away the map a little bit. Because you can't build anything on steep hills like that. And you don't want to be farming on steep hills either. Getting out of here before we get tangled up together. So if you were here earlier, I had the Fendt 942, which I sold because I bought that used a long time ago. We've upgraded to the 1050 with dual wheels onto it, and this is handling the hill same spot a whole lot better. Hey, Sam's come to check out the field. Hello, Sam. How you doing, Sam? Just don't run over Sam, that's all. Hello, Midwest Simulations. Welcome. Appreciate you stopping on in for a bit. I just realized I'm going to have to slow down time a little bit. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I want to put it on real time because man, we are going through the day pretty quick, and I still got a parsnip field and red beet to harvest. Favorite maps on 22 are Western Australia and Dairyland. I didn't play on either one of those. Wait, did I play in Western Australia? Oh yeah, Western Australia. Now, which one am I thinking of? Yeah, Western Australia I played on. Oh, Western Wilds I was thinking of. Western Wilds I did not play on. Alright, so how are we doing with the lime? Lime is looking good. I'm not going to be doing any spring planting. So we're just prepping the fields for next season. Still got Sam. Remember him from Riverbend Springs? Yeah, Sam is going to be with us on every live stream series that we do. Sam is a staple on the live stream series. How is this field on lime? Yeah, for the most part, this field's fine on lime. I don't think this one's going to need it. I still have 120,000 of that 500,000 I just borrowed again. Is there... Well, first off, in the sale page... No, okay. I don't think I can afford... anything that's going to be able to pull that plow. Well, the AgroStar might be able to. $230. Do I want to get the AgroStar? I haven't had that for a while. Is that a manual? That's a power shift. I think it can run the plow. It'd be... Oh, the heck with it. We're getting it. It's not like I can't pay all back this money. We're going to be fine. I want another tractor on the farm anyways. Western Wilds was a good map. There was a forestry to the south and farming to the north. No businesses on it, just wood production and no hills. Remember when I said precision farming might not come to 25? Yeah, because the contract, from my understanding, the contract ended between John Deere and Giants. And John Deere was the one basically funding precision farming. And it was one of those things I didn't know. There was some talk in the community of who owned the rights to precision farming. Was it John Deere? Or did Giants own the rights to the precision farming that's in the game? But apparently Giants and John Deere agreed to do it again, so we have it. Yeah, it wasn't that Giants wanted to take it out because they didn't like it. It was just a matter of the contract ended. You know, maybe Giants and John Deere knew all along, so I don't know. But nothing was announced at the time when 25 came out. That plow is kind of behind the weeder. There, now we got 4 tractors on the farm. So I'm actually going to start plowing up this field here. And hopefully the Deutz does pretty good. This is a pretty big plow for this thing. And the reason why I'm starting here, I won't be in the way of the worker over there. And yeah, the harvester is over there, so we should be somewhat okay. So it struggles a bit, but we'll get some of it done. It's going to struggle coming back uphill, though. And yes, I do know if I were to turn this plow around, it wouldn't have no problem whatsoever. Jason, Silver Run is out in FS25. Giants released Silver Run for FS25 about a month ago? Needs unloading. Alright. Man, I got a lot of vehicles now. More carrots. How many carrots? What are we up to with carrots here? Carrots. We're almost at 700,000 liters of carrots. Am I going to be able to get up the hill? Because this is a full load now. We're getting some wheel slippage. But we're going to make it. It's missing features from 22. I haven't played on Silver Run, so what features is it missing in 25 that it had in 22? So I did play it on 22. I didn't look at it in 25 because I've already played on some forestry maps. Trying to think, what would they take out of it? In 25 that it had in 22. So I am down to 22,000. I owe 500,000 on the new loans that I took out today, but we're going to be making loads of cash here in the next month or two. That loan will get paid off rather quick. Now I got to get my AgroStar back up to speed. This plow is a little bit too much for this, but for the money I had, I didn't want to borrow more money. I said, oh, we can get some plowing done. Actually, the Deutz, oh sorry, they're both Deutz. My other Deutz should be doing this, and this should be doing the lime spreading. But we just bought this, so we're going to use it ourselves. The log container is missing, and the sawmill doesn't show the animation of logs going up the conveyor belt. I do believe the log containers are back. I saw those not long ago. Uh, where would that be? Under. Saplings miscellaneous? No. Miscellaneous? Containers. There you go. Shipping containers. For logs, for wood. Shipping containers can be filled with logs and sold as a whole. It's under objects. And I'm trying to remember, but it's been a while since I played on Silver Run. I can't remember if the sawmill showed the logs going up it or not. I think they did, but I don't remember. But I'll take your word for it because you probably played on it more than I did. Alright, Agro Star, I love you, but I think you're just a little bit underpowered for the 12 meter wide. So you'll be on lime spreading duty, and I think the other Deutz, the 7 series, will be on plowing duty. Yeah, they added back the container. I don't remember when. It wasn't that long ago. Within like the last month, I think those containers came back. So I am wondering, did they fix, because the update this week, does this show that this needs to be plowed? No. Doesn't show that this field needs to be plowed. And it's showing this here. Again, I'm not on the newest version of New Hope, so I don't know if this problem has been solved. This field here needs to be plowed, I know that much. Oh, my vehicle needs to be unloaded as well. But this harvest is almost done. I will harvest one of the red beet fields after this, before we get a worker into the parsnip field. And then our veggie production will be running so fast it may burn up. Like, probably. Does anyone know if this container sell point was integrated into Silver Run, or do you have to place it in? Yeah, if anyone's been playing on Silver Run and using the wood containers, Jason would like to know, do you have to integrate a sell point? Well, one thing I could probably look for you real quick. Did they, if I go to here, selling points. Biomass, debris crusher. Farmer's market. Let me see what that's going to scroll over in a second, right? Come on, scroll over. You're not going to scroll over so we can see what else you sell? There you go. Slowly but surely. Clothing. Farmer's market does tend to take almost everything. Looking for containers. Still going. Wow, is there that much stuff to sell that I got running on this map? It's slowing down. I don't see containers there. What is this? Well, there's a $1 bulk sale. Let's see if that takes containers. Although this is a modded sell point. I guess this is called the additional field types mod. Does that take containers? No, it does not. So I don't know about selling containers of wood. Is that the Colossus Harvester? No, that's not the Colossus Harvester. That's a Ropa Harvester. I can show you the name of the mod if you're interested into it. I just have not been a fan of the Colossus stuff for some reason. Man, what do I hit coming up on this silo that just... I know there's a little bit of a bump there, but that's crazy. This harvester is called, in the mod pack, it's a quote-unquote vegetable harvester. It's called the Ropa Tiger 65 or 6S Premium mod. So you'll get that along with this header here, which does sugar beet, red beet, carrots, and parsnips. I do believe it does have another header for potatoes. Yes, it does. So our lime spreader needs to be refilled. Almost got the job done. Alright, so my next pea harvest should be sometime around next March. So if you're just here for that, tune in about 6 months. And I may do another pea harvest. In a smaller field. I mean, really, though, that wasn't too bad. But it still took over 3.5 hours. On that particular field. So yeah, next year should be our last year here in New Hope before we move over to Kinglake, which comes out November 4th, right? I think it's the 4th of November. You get back to work. I'll get back into... Okay, before I get back into the AgroStar, I guess I'm emptying out carrots. Use the Colossus for veggie harvesting. Yeah, that's what a lot of people were saying when I was looking into it. I was like, no, I like the one I've been using. I guess the Colossus is a lot cheaper as well, but I did not mind spending the like 650,000 today for that harvester that we're using right here along with the header. I'm trying to think, is this the Mark Thor one or is that the one I use in 22? Can't remember if this is a Mark Thor mod or not. Okay, I'm not going to be worried about all the little carrots that were missed by the Courseplay worker. We're going to have like 800,000 or 900,000 carrots here. I thought I was going to get some more plowing done, but the way it's going. All right, so the Deutz has finished lime spreading. All right, someone did ask, not in the stream, but they left a comment on a previous stream. When I leave here, am I going to sell everything to see how much the farm is worth? And no, I really don't do that too often. And no, we're not taking the money wherever we go. It's very rare that I do that. And the reason why I don't take the money where I go is because if I sell all the stuff in this farm, it's going to be like maybe 5 or 6 million. Let me just make sure that this worker, there we go, is dismissed. That way they're not charging me for what I'm doing. But just imagine if I started this series with $5 million. I started the series by borrowing $3 million. And we had to pay it back. If I started the series with like $5 million after we left Dark Forest. Yeah, I think I was on Dark Forest when I came here. We had millions of dollars there. If I brought that here, then this farm I would have millions of dollars right now. So I'd like to, I'm more of a slow-paced farmer. I mean, those of you guys are here, you understand that. You see me do it many times. We're kind of hard economy, pay back everything that we borrow. I mean, we do change the rules a little bit sometimes at the beginning of the series, but for the most part, everything the farm has, we have worked for. I'm not one to say, no, we're just going to start with $5 million. We don't have to pay it back. No, we pay it back. All right, AgroStar, I do love you, but you are struggling just a little bit more than I thought you would with this plow. Yeah, I do have the Colossus pack. I downloaded the Colossus pack, but I don't think I got it active on this map or any other map. I mean, that is a good option to have where you can use it as Unreal or realistic. I try to be more realistic nowadays than what I used to be. What's the difference between the fertilizer hut and the multi-buy silo next door? Well, if you've been around, Bob, maybe you've seen it, but that case planter I have, if you see me try to load it up with seed and fertilizer, it collides with the hitbox on the seed hut. So I put down that silo so I can load up that planter. That's the only reason why it's there. Although there was an update to that case planter, so I'm not sure if it would collide with the hitbox now or not. I haven't used it since the update. No need to apologize, Bob. I mean, you can't remember... I don't remember everything that happens on my own series either, so... And maybe you weren't here for it, and... Never need to apologize for asking a question. Try to remember between this Deutz and the other Deutz, the horsepower difference. So the AgroStar is a 230, and that is a 287 Deutz. So the other Deutz has about 50 more horsepower. Alright, needs to be unloaded. Let's keep that on the roll by... Oh, I left you here. Let's keep that on the roll so we can get over to the red beet harvest. Am I close enough? I think so. I'll follow you to the end, and then hopefully you can get the rest of the field in one more go. Alrighty. I'm going to stay in the field. Because I know in the field I can get up the hill. If I get into the grass, I may not be able to get up the field. Sam, get out of the way, Sam. No, Sam, don't turn in front of the tractor. I probably should have put a weight on the front of the tractor. But, yeah, it's working out fine. That would have kept more... That looks like the front wheels were slipping there a bit, but if I had a weight on the front, that could have helped us out. I'm not sure about the goldfish brain, but a peanut brain probably. And like I said, Bob, no worries about asking questions. I'm here to answer. Maybe I will. I may try that planter and see, since the update, see if it'll collide with the hitbox on the seed hut or not. Actually, you know what? Where is... Oops. There we go. I thought it was a 7T Deutz, but it's an 8T Deutz that we have. Put the lime spreader away and we'll put this on the plow. It's got 50 more horse under it, so it should perform better, one would think. So I'm trying to think next year what we should plant, because next year is our last year. At least I think next year is going to be our last year. Like I said, we're just going to be on this map, and then the day that the Kingley map comes out, that's when we'll decide when the weeks get closer, or the days get closer. And be like, oh, this will be the last stream of New Hope, so it'll just be where we're at. As long as I don't have a loan to pay off, which I shouldn't. Could use some fuel. Slow enough. Don't blink, because this thing fills up quick. So actually, this will still be a pretty good tractor when I want to feed, like the chickens or whatever, and bring a trailer of feed down. If I'm not using one Deutz, I'll use the other. Nope, backing up into the wall. So, yeah, the AgroStar was doing 8. This is doing 10, so a little bit better. I think the Breedles do both, do they not? Where are we here? Spreaders. Does both. Just like the base game does. Are you still harvesting over there? Yeah, it's moving. It needs to be unloaded. Seemed like a great idea when I was planting in these veggies. I mean, it still is. We're going to make tons of cash off of it. But I mean, it's a lot of work. So let's see, next year, you know, I could just kind of play it out as if, you know, we're going to stay here on the farm. So we're running kind of low on oats. So we'll throw some oats in a field. I suppose I could do poppy one last time, because I'm pretty sure we're not going to see that in Kingley. What's that mail truck you just tapped through? Just as you said, it delivers mail. It's a modded production, which is just kind of a role play mod, if you will. You put down a post office, which costs $95,000 to put down. And the production, you deliver water, and the output is mail. And you can put down a sell point of a mailbox, and you can role play delivering mail. And on hard economy, you get about $200, $250 per 1,000 liters of mail. It's not really a banger of a production to make money on. It's just there to have fun and role play a little bit with. And since on this map we built a lot of constructible, well, I say built a lot of constructible houses. We built 4. I wanted to build a community and deliver mail to it, and we have done so a little bit. But it took me a while to get the constructibles really up and going, because it costs, like I said, $500,000 just to get the cement products up and going. The sawmill didn't take us too long to get going, but the cement production took us a while to get going. And we only ended up building about 4 houses so far. Well, I say so far. We built 4 houses. I don't see myself building any more. So every once in a while, we'll hop into the mail truck. We'll go pick up some mail. And we'll go up to the houses and deliver some mail. are you done over there? No, you're still going. Okay. So, of course, the peas, I need to plow up the peas. Or the pea field. And this carrot field is about halfway done being taken care of. Well, overall, I'm happy with what we got done so far today. This field took longer than I thought it would. But it is now done. Again, I won't be complaining every month moving forward when I keep delivering peas and carrots down to the sell point. And, oh, where am I going? I thought he was up here. No, you're down there. We also bought this 1050 tractor today. We also bought the AgroStar today. Although I do have a loan again. But calm down. It's only $500,000. And yeah, we'll pay that off in about 2 months' time. At worst, I only took both loans out for a year, so it's gonna take the money whether I have it or not. All right, what's left in the combine, I'm just going to unload into the silo itself. And we're going to go harvest some red beet so we can get started on some beetroot. Is it called beetroot soup or something like that in that production? Probably don't want to drive over a field that you just plowed in real life, but since this is a simulator, it's all good. These carrots in here. Let's just see, because we just started today. Peas and carrots, where are we here? So we're up to $40,000 of peas and carrots, and we just started the production today. And it's up to $40,000 worth of peas and carrots. And we got loads of peas and carrots in the silo to keep feeding that veggie production. And I'll get to it eventually. There we go. My worker's still sitting there. There we go. That's one thing with Courseplay. When your worker is done, you may need to jump into the vehicle because sometimes they'll sit there at the end and you're paying for them. Oh wow, this thing is a fuel hog. I've already gone through most of the fuel. Alright, so I need to top this off with some fuel, I guess. Oh, this is not like... going over furrows from a plow. Yeah, we're going to check on peas and carrots here in just a second, Crystal. I want to get the rest of the carrots in, because that does not show what you have inside of a combine in the totals. We definitely got way more carrots than peas. Not close enough. Or I don't know where the trigger is for the fuel on this thing. Might be in the back, because the engine's in the back. So the good thing is we can do boxed carrots in the vegetable production, so when we run out of peas, we'll have to take the carrots and make boxed carrots, I guess. Unless the ratio is way different. So peas, we have 108,000 liters of peas in stock. And carrots, we ended up with 976,999 in stock. So we got a few. And what is the ratio? Is it the same ratio? So it's 200 carrots, 200 peas. So, yeah, we're going to have tons of carrots left over. How are we doing here on peas and carrots? Are they kind of full? How are we doing on the empty pallets? All right. That's the other thing. I got to get empty pallets production back up and going, because yeah, we're going to have a lot of stuff running here. So soon we're going to have the... Alright, I got to check the name out. Is it beetroot or what? Beetroot soup. Which just needs red beet, which we're getting ready to harvest, water, pallets, and carton rolls, which we all have in there, so... Wait, what was the byproduct? What was I looking at? Beetroot soup. We'll also get preserved food beetroot. We'll also get organic waste and pig food. That's the other thing I keep track of. Make sure that stuff's not getting too full, because that will stop production. Organic waste. That's what I got to keep my eye on. Pig food is getting up there. All right, let's get this harvest started. So we do got 2 of these fields. I just want to harvest one of these, because that'll get this production up and running. And then eventually we'll get a worker over to the parsnip field. But I don't think I'm going to get to the parsnip field today. And this is why I put the time scale down to ×1, because we got quite a bit more work to do. I can harvest this stuff again next month. So we might move on to next month once I get a little bit of the parsnips harvested. And then we can harvest the rest of the red beet and the rest of the parsnips in September. But I want to make sure I get some of the material in there so the veggie production is running overnight, producing that stuff, so we got a good sale in September. At least moving forward, we'll just have this one harvester going. And of course, by the time we get to October, the sunflowers will be ready. But we should be done with all the root crop harvesting by then. Darn tree, can't see what I'm doing. Wonder how this is going to harvest going up this hill over here. Probably just as well as everything else when I get over to this hill. It's not going to like it. New Hope, if you were to log in, this field here, field number 11, that is a field that's already here. And then there's also this field here, that's there. And then there's this little one down here. All these fields, we bought the land and made ourselves. But just a disclaimer, I'm not playing on the newest version of New Hope because the newest version requires a new save game, and I was about 60 hours in, and I did not want to try to get... I mean, I could edit a lot of stuff, but still would have been a lot of work to get the updated version of New Hope and get everything transformed to where it was. So I just figured, we'll go buy it. So I'm not sure exactly on the new version, New Hope, what's been fixed and what's been changed. But at least when I started on New Hope, that's what we had. And that was on version 2.0. And I think New Hope is at 2. It might be on 2.2. Currently, I'm not sure which. Actually, this harvester is going right up the hill. No problem with the harvesting. Alright, let's go get some red beet right into the veggie production. No sense of unloading into there. I may just keep doing it this way. Gotta find the right spot for the trigger. All right, we're gonna go into our veggie production. Beetroot soup, just to make sure. Beetroot water, yep. Activate. All right, we're making beetroot soup. So we should get beetroot soup and preserve food beetroot. Don't disturb your water tanker, because that's keeping the veggie production going. Even for a small field, I think we're going to end up with a lot of... we're definitely going to fill up the veggie production with beetroot. So that's going to have to go into the silo. Water Bowser wasn't even an issue for unloading. No, because as long as the trigger is big enough, that's all that matters. And that Water Bowser is about the... I would say the only thing I got in the map that's unrealistic. That Water Bowser is from Omatana's pack, and that will hold 200,000 liters of water. I did not want to go keep refilling water as much as I was. Where am I now on the map? Not sure I understand your question, Bob. Where are you now on the map? I don't know if you're asking me where I am on the map. But we're in like the smaller 2 fields by the horse stables. I want to get the veggie production full of red beet. And then I'm going to go over and get started on the parsnips. This harvester does pretty good going up this hill. It's a steep one. Got to find the right spot for the trigger. See if it takes. I don't know what the capacity of red beet is for the veggie production. Whenever it stops taking it, then the rest will go into the silo. Alright, another headland we will do. So you can see the difference when a worker works in the field. And it's kind of interesting that this is how the way it works. There is no ground deformation, but if I work in the field with a harvester, you can see the ground deformation that's taken place. The one thing that Giants really needs to add in the next version, and to me, I don't think it's going to be, it shouldn't be that difficult, is to add AI workers in NPC fields. So this map is not a good scenario for it because there's only 2 other fields on the map that I do not own. But it'd be kind of cool to look over to a field that you don't own and see a worker over there. And I don't mean doing a contract and you hired a worker. But all of a sudden to see like a harvester in a field that you don't own and they're harvesting the field. Now the one thing that's going to take away is there's a reason why you can only hire so many workers on a map. And that is because consoles cannot really handle too much of too many workers on a field in fields. But if you can play on a multiplayer server with 16 people, on console, you'd think it would be able to handle 5 workers that you have and reduce it maybe to like 4 workers instead, and that 5th worker could be an NPC worker in another field. I mean, it's something I would like to see, but maybe it's not that high of a demand that what people want to see. So maybe it's not worth it putting into the game for them, but I would say I'm on the majority side of that. So again, what I'm saying, you can see, I've been harvesting this field. You can see all the ground deformation in the field. If I switch back over to, if I get there eventually. So this is the carrot field that the worker was in. And you can see there's no ground deformation from the harvester because it was a worker. You can see where I went with the 1050 with the dual wheels and the grain cart in the field. You can see the divots there a little bit. But the worker does not leave ground deformation. Alright, is this going to be enough to fill up the veggie production? So basically, once I get all the veggies in there and the veggie production full, the one thing I'm going to need to remember to do is when I wake up in the morning and before I wrap up the day on the farm, I need to make sure that this is topped off with all the veggie stuff. Alright, that's all she wants to take. I did nudge the water tanker. Is that still... No, you can hear the water running. So the water is still being accepted. Workers don't destroy crops, but you do. I think in course play... where is that setting? Yeah, workers, vehicle, crop... general settings? I think with course play... you can activate crop destruction by workers. That's not under additional settings. That's a different mod. There's settings for that somewhere. I mean, it's a nice setting to have, because let's face it, sometimes the workers do not do the pass that you think they should do. But I think course play, you can activate it to where they will destroy the crop. I know we could in 22, but you should be able to in 25 as well. I've seen it somewhere, I just forgot where it was. Yeah, the corn dryer... because technically the corn dryer is not a production, it is a silo. and it's tied to the main silo, so even though it's a corn dryer, it'll take anything, but it actually just goes right into the main silo. Temporary course. You go there. Let's see. 3 headlands. Yeah, it's fine. 4%. And then hire worker, and it's going to take an hour and 44 minutes. So that's not too bad. It's not too bad at all. Yeah, I wouldn't want the AI workers from the base game to do crop destruction, because I remember what it was like on the early, I say the early days, I mean the game's been almost a year, so yeah, the early days of 25, the way the AI workers sometimes were doing things, I'm like, what are you doing? So yeah, I wouldn't want them to do crop destruction, because that would just drive me nuts. Alright, I want to get some parsnips going. And while we're waiting, I'm going to jump back into this Deutz, and we'll get some more of the plowing done here. Then what we can do, but it won't be today in the stream, but once we get enough parsnips into the veggie production, we can kind of go on to September and finish off the harvest. Before I say that, I should be able to harvest parsnips and red beet a little bit longer. A couple more months, I think. Parsnips, yeah, you can harvest all the way to November, and red beet all the way to November. So I got months. I got 3 more months I can harvest that crop. So I don't really need to rush to get it done. Plus, I'm not leasing that harvester. We own it. But definitely want to get the veggie production, all the productions we got running. That way when we wake up in September, we're going to have a load of stuff to bring on down to the farmer's market. And before I started all this stuff, the peas and carrots, the red beet, and soon the parsnips, we were making almost like $100 grand a month from that veggie production. It's going to be, might be $300,000 or $400,000 that we're going to get. Because like I said, already from, we can see here, peas and carrots, which has just started today. If I sold it as is, as of right now, we got $33,000 worth of peas and carrots already. And red beet, or beetroot soup, we just barely started it and already got $87 worth. Obviously, that's going to go up. Yeah, Sam does tend to roam around quite a bit. And today he's in this field over here. There's some days where we just don't see him at all. I mean, we see him for like a split second, but today he's been kind of hanging around where I've been working, so. And yes, Sam will be coming with us when we go to Kingley. Like I said, Sam's going to be a staple on all the live streams in FS25. And probably all the way through until... Well, the only thing is, if they change the model of the dog in the next version of Farm Sim 25, then we'll have a dog, but we may have to change the name. If it's not a yellow lab, then we'll have to change the name of the dog or something. Which would kind of suck, but... Maybe I'll talk to the people at Giants to make sure that they bring back the yellow lab. Because wasn't the previous breed of the dog, wasn't like a Saint Bernard or something like that? I wonder why they changed the breed of the dog. Or give us an option of a Saint Bernard or a lab or whatever. All right, into you, and the harvester is just down over the hill. Buying your kilt for Kingley? You say that as if I'm wearing pants now. I haven't looked at any of the Kingley stuff. I don't know if we're going to have clothing options for kilts and such. So before I put the parsnips into the veggie production, I just want to double check to make sure that for that production, that's all we need. I don't want to get it in there and find out, oh, I needed like sunflower oil or something. Just want to double check on it before I put it in there that I got everything I need for the parsnip production. Oh, I forgot. Need to back in for this. All right, just double check on this here. Parsnip soup. Parsnip, water, pallets. Yeah, okay, so we got everything that we need. Might as well activate that now. All right, that veggie production, which again, not only did I have to buy the veggie production building, I had to buy the paper mill, which was over $500,000. And also I had to buy the empty pallet production, which I think was $150,000. So even though that's making us a lot of money, I did spend a lot of money on putting those production down, all three productions, and buying the root crop harvester. So just trying to get my money back at this point. So we get a couple more loads of the parsnips into the veggie production. Or until it's full. I was going to say, geez, I wonder what the weather is like for September, but honestly, I got 3 more months to harvest. I'm not too worried about it. kind of with you, Jason. I don't know if I've ever had parsnips before either or not. I'm not too sure. Seems like Sam is roaming further and further away from his dog bowl. Harvester needs to be unloaded. Let's keep on top of that, shall we? Oop. Okay, you're just down over the hill. I've been playing too much Forza. Try to drive through a bush. I will say though, looking at parsnips as you're harvesting it, they do not look too delightful to me. Although, sometimes the way food looks does not mean that's how it tastes. So let's see, what else do I want on the farm? I mean, okay, we got the root crop harvester. We swapped out the 942 for the 1050. We got ourselves a fourth tractor in the AgroStar. I mean, we still got the John Deere combine that we bought on day one used, although I don't think that really needs to be replaced. It doesn't have that many hours on it. I mean, the big Roy I bought used as well. I think the first thing I should do is just make sure I get that loan paid back off ASAP. But like I said, a month or two and that's gone. And that is the veggie production full of parsnips. And I don't think the veggie production is suffering from what other production buildings sometimes do, as to the more productions you turn on, it takes away from the other cycles per month. What are you blocked by? Oh, I bet you're blocked by the tree. Oh, looks like he got around it. He figured it out. See, I don't think the veggie production is suffering from the more productions you turned on, it reduces the amount of cycles that it can do. I think it's kind of like the sawmill. Just turn them all on, it'll do the amount of cycles that it can. So the veggie production's full of all the veggies. Now we just gotta store it. Look out, Sam. Coming through. Root crops are hard sale for you. I had some potatoes and carrots that tasted like dirt. Bring it up to try new things. Almost sounds like they weren't washed good enough and you were eating dirt with them. So we know we got about an hour and a half of parsnip harvesting. And we probably got like an hour or so of red beet harvesting still to go. Like I said, not going to do it in the rest of today's stream, but next time. Sam just keeps walking forward and sitting in the path of where we're plowing. I think he's looking for attention. Was there ever any leaks? I want to say as a mod, there may have been one in 19. But definitely not as a Giants crop. Because any crop that Giants has come out with that is still in the game, basically. Giants has never, at least from what I can remember, they never introduced the crop and taken it back out. Maybe he wants to be fed? Come on, you know I feed Sam all the time. Mostly. Maybe I should turn on boxed carrots as well, since we know we got way more carrots than peas. I could turn on boxed carrots as well, because we just got way too many carrots. Well, this follow you right to the end of the row. All right, good enough, because you're going to start to turn around and you're going to try to collide with me, basically. Although, I'm not sure if box carrots is with empty pallets or boxes, and I don't think I've been making boxes. When was the last time I fed Sam? I think I fed him at the beginning of the stream. I thought I did. And again, for those of you wondering, it is not necessary to feed your dog. Nothing happens. The only thing that happens when you feed your dog in a farming simulator, your dog will come running to the bowl and, well, munch on down. Although from where Sam is, by the time I put food in the bowl and I get out of there, he won't even be near there. He's got to run that far. I'm glad Omatana silo holds 10 million liters because we've been putting it in there. A month, basically, has gone by since the stream started. We only slept one night. So carrots, sorry. So Sam has been fed. Make Crystal happy. Carrot boxing. Oh, so you just need empty pallets for that. All right, we'll activate that. Just checking on some stuff here. Everything looks fine. Did Sam show up? Is he over there eating his food bowl? Sam? Is he that far away? Food is still there. Oh, there he is. He's on his way. It's amazing you heard the food being dropped in the bowl from that far. Oh yeah, I did want to try, and I kind of forgot about it. So this planter had an update, and I'm wondering... I might still be walking forward. Let's see, I'm not going to get out of here, am I? No, not the way it kind of... Hopefully it won't walk forward anymore. Turn on that. Just get away from the building there. So I'm just curious to see if it will collide with a hitbox on the seed hut still. Yep, still collides on the seed hut. So that's why I put down the silo over here, because I can fill up the planter via that. Don't know why it collides with the seed hut. It's the only thing that's doing it. It's okay. Oh, I was ready to say, what the heck? I kind of forgot. Dual wheels. You're a little bit wider than what you're used to. And, whoop. Alright. Okay, what I'm looking for are the wheels to be turning slowly. And right now, I don't see that happening. But I think that used to be the fix I had before, is hitch up a tractor to it, unhitch it, and it would stop rolling. If I restarted the game, I think it would roll forward, but I haven't checked it since the update, so I may not do that anymore. Anywho. Needs to be unloaded. So next time I'll be on New Hope, possibly next Monday or Tuesday. I haven't thought that far ahead. I got some stuff to do over the weekend, so it all depends on what free time I get and what I get done for recordings and such. But it'll be either next Monday or Tuesday. Tomorrow I'll be doing Roadcraft, where we're on the last of the DLC maps, Washout, and I am 75% done with that map, so we are getting there on the DLC maps. And then Saturday it'll either be maybe finish up Roadcraft, or maybe I will go on to Forza Horizon 5, do some racing stuff. That's my current plan. I know racing is probably not a lot of what you guys are interested into, but I'm trying to get some racing content up on the channel, so when Project Motor Racing comes out in late November by Giants, maybe we'll have some good viewers there, and I hope for some good viewership on that stuff. Actually, I posted a video a couple days ago on Forza, not the live stream, but a recorded video, and man, that's getting a lot of views. So, I mean, that's good, I guess. So, yeah, and I'm having fun doing the racing stuff. I used to do a lot of racing back in the early 2000s. It feels weird saying that now, in the early 2000s, because I'm starting to feel old when I say stuff like that. It's hard to believe that the early 2000s is decades ago at this point. Alright, parsnips are in. So yeah, next time we're on New Hope, we got to finish up the plowing in the carrot field. We got to get the pea field plowed. Obviously, the parsnips and red beet fields will need to be plowed. But next time, obviously, focusing on finishing up the harvesting. We'll get to September, and we'll see how much money we make from the veggie production. With all the productions we got going, it should be a pretty good selling morning of September. And yeah, we do get a $500,000 loan in total, but I only took a 1-year loan on both. So, but I mean, we're going to be able to pay that off. I mean, when we go overnight, we're going to lose $43,000 in payments. Because that's on interest and on the principal of the loan. So I won't owe $50,000 when we sleep overnight. It'll be like, I don't know what it'll be. But it won't be that much. And yeah, who knows how much we're going to get from the veggie production. And then once I start selling everything from the productions down in town, we might get it all paid off by next month. Anything come up for sale that I might be interested in, or is the same stuff as before? Same stuff as before. But yeah, I think that's where we're going to wrap it up for today. Like I said, we got a lot done. And we got more harvesting to do. And prepping the fields for next year, where I will not be doing any veggie production or planting for next year. I already decided at least one field will be oats, one field will be poppy, and we'll go from there. We'll just see whatever we want to plant. Again, tomorrow streaming Roadcraft. Saturday is either going to be Roadcraft and or Forza, and probably back on New Hope like Monday or Tuesday. Just trying to think what I got planned for next week. I'll know more in the next couple of days. Like I said, I got a busy weekend coming up, so, and plus I gotta get some recordings done. But anywho, I'm gonna jump out of here. Appreciate everyone stopping on in for some farming here in New Hope. Yeah, enjoy the rest. Today's Thursday. Yeah, enjoy the rest of your Thursday, and hopefully I'll see you tomorrow on Friday for some roadcraft. But until then, have a good one.